One out has occurred here at the baseball game between Morningside and Doane. Brian Garcia just flew out to right field. And now the batter is the third baseman, Eddie Brancato. Doane and Morningside moving these games up. This doubleheader was scheduled to begin at 1 o'clock today here at the Doane Ball Field Complex. And it was moved up to swing and a miss by Brancato. The games were moved up to hopefully avoid potentially bad weather that's supposed to roll into Nebraska later this afternoon. Swing and a miss, and that's a strikeout for Aaron Forrest. That was Aaron Forrest's 300 career strikeout at Doane University. Aaron is already holds the record for having the most victories for the Tigers. So that was strikeout number 300 for Aaron, the senior from Phoenix, Arizona. And the pitch to Willers is a called strike. So as I've indicated, the plan is to get this doubleheader in before potentially bad weather. And then these two teams will play tomorrow, either at this complex if it doesn't rain, or if it does rain, to the extent that the field is unplayable, the game will most likely be moved to Lincoln to be played at Den Hartog Field at 70th and A in Lincoln. Swing and a miss. If Willers reaches, Kielbasa will be the batter. He's in the hole. Hit batsman. So Willers makes his way to first base. And that brings up Ryan Kielbasa, the shortstop for the Mustangs. First pitch just misses inside. 1-0 the count. We're just underway here at the Doane Ball Field Complex. And the pitch, swing and a miss. So Willers is on first. He was hit by a pitch. Garcia and Brancato, the 1 and 2 batters, were retired. And a grounder fielded by Akausu, and he flips it to the second baseman, Kelsey, who evidently didn't touch the base. So he is ruled safe, so the Mustangs have runners on first and second. Doane coach Josh Holtmans is going to visit with the base umpire about that situation. Again, we're just underway here at the Doane Ball Field Complex. Busy day here at the complex as Doane softball is hosting Mount Marty. That's the last regular season doubleheader for both teams. The Doane softball team is qualified for the GPAC tournament with 4 victories in a row, defeating Hastings and Briar Cliff last week. Finishing with a 4-0 record and qualifying for the GPAC tournament. So in the box for Morningside is Giacomo Grossetti. A strike by Forrest. Doane wearing all black today. Morningside with maroon tops, gray bottoms. And the pitch is inside. 1-1 the count. Ball thrown away. Morningside runner scores. The other runner goes to third. So the Mustangs strike early with a 1-0 lead as Forrest's throw to Jones was wide, got away from the freshman first baseman. And Willer scores. Kielbasa to third, and Cressetti is still at the plate with a 1-1 count. And the pitch, swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. Strike three. But the Mustangs get a run. And lead this game by a score of 1-0 as we go to the bottom of the first inning. The Tigers coming to the plate here in the bottom of the first inning. It'll be Amick, Osburn, and Nevels leading off for Doane. So Doane coming to bat here in the bottom of the first, trailing by a score of 1-0. Logan Amick will lead off for the Tigers. Logan has had some injury issues lately, has been doing some DHing, is back now at the top of the lineup. And the pitch is a fly to left, caught by the center fielder. One pitch, one out. That'll bring up the left fielder, Joe Osburn. Joe will be one of the seniors we'll recognize following the second game of this doubleheader. It's not only senior day for Doane softball, senior day also for Doane baseball. One strike. Check swing, holds up, 1-1. Outside, 2-1 the count. Called strike on the outside corner, 2-2. Fly to left. The right fielder angling to his left and makes the out. 2 outs, and that brings up the third baseman, Justin Nevels. Strike by Purdy Burton, 0-1. Low, 1-1. The pitch, check swing. The appeal to the base umpire, ruled a strike, so the count is even. So it's a 1-2 count. Fly to left, and the right fielder angling to his left again catches the ball for the third out. So for the Tigers, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. 3 up, 3 down. After 1 inning of play, it's Morningside 1, Doane nothing. You're watching Doane Baseball on the Doane Sports Network. Leading off for the Mustangs in the top of the second inning is the left fielder, Cade Nolan. And the pitch is a strike. Foul at the plate. Forrest quickly hit 0-2. Point of correction, the flyouts by Osburn and Nevels were to right field, not left field. Outside. The pitch by Forrest, outside and low. 2-2 the count. Pitch. It's a grounder past the shortstop into left field for that's a base hit for Nolan. That'll bring up the first baseman, Aiden Bishop. Fly to center field. Volcano on the run. Reaches up and makes a great catch. Throw back to first. Is not going to be in time, but a great play by the Doane center fielder, Aaron Volcano. He got on his horse and was headed to right center field and made a great catch, holding the runner to first base. So Bishop flies to center, and that'll bring up the designated hitter, Luke Blackman. And the pitch is low. 1-0 the count. Inside, 2-0 the count. Strike. Throw to first. Runner back. Swing and a miss. Count evens out at 2-2. Again, you're watching Doane Baseball on the Doane Sports Network. This is Cody Vance, Assistant Athletic Director at Doane. And the pitch. Swing and a pop-up. Out to left. Osburn comes in, gloves it for the catch for the second out. Oh, and 1 the count. Grounder foul. Just past the first base bag. Again, there are 2 outs here in the top of the second inning. Morningside with a 1-0 lead. Runner on first is Nolan. Swinging a grounder foul, third base side. And the pitch. Foul ball down the right field line. 0-2 is still the count. On the second baseman, Jacob Odell. And the pitch called, strike 3. So for the Mustangs, no runs on a hit, no errors, 1 left on base. We go to the bottom of the second inning. The Tigers coming up. They'll have Volcano, Akausu, and Kelsey. Again, you're watching Doane Baseball on the Doane Sports Network. Back at the Doane Ball Field Complex. We go to the bottom of the second. Doane coming to the plate with Volcano, Akausu, and Kelsey. Aaron in the cleanup spot today, playing center field. And the pitch is a strike on the outside corner. 0-1. 0-2 the count. Same pitch, same result. 0-2. Volcano quickly down in the count. Pitch gets away from the catcher, goes all the way to the backstop. It's 1-2. Swing and a foul, still 1-2 to the Tigers center fielder, first-year player from Canada, one of several Doane players from Canada. Foul out of play. Low, 2-2. Once again, Doane and Morningside hoping to get this doubleheader in before potentially bad weather later today here in southeast Nebraska. Just a little bit low. Count goes full, 3-2. Then the plan is to play the second doubleheader tomorrow here at the complex, if it's dry. If not, perhaps in Lincoln. Liner out to the shortstop for the first out of the inning. That brings up the shortstop, Narumi Akausu. It's good to see Narumi back in the lineup. He missed the 4-game series last weekend at Dakota Wesleyan due to injury, but he's back in the Tiger lineup today. Outside, 1-0 the count. Strike. So I was talking about the doubleheader tomorrow between Doane and Morningside in baseball. If it's dry, it'll be here at Doane. If the field is not playable, another strike. The plan is to have a 1 o'clock first pitch at Den Hartog Field at 70th and A in Lincoln. Swing and a foul. With the storm that passed through here yesterday afternoon, I wouldn't have given you much of a chance that either game would be played here today. Outside, goes to the backstop. Both the Doane softball and baseball teams working hard to get their fields ready for the doubleheaders today. And they did an outstanding job. Low and away. Count goes full, 3-2. And this will be a 7-inning game followed by a 9-inning game. And the pitch is outside. So Akausu is the first base runner for Doane. And that'll bring up Dane Kelsey batting in 6-hole today. Dane is playing second base. Kind of took over that position after Luke LaChance was injured. Luke is one of the seniors who will be recognized later following game 2 of this doubleheader. Throw to first. Akausu back. And the pitch. A liner into left center field. It goes all the way to the fence. So Akausu is going to round third and tie this ball game. It's going to be a stand-up double for Dane Kelsey, the Tigers' second baseman. New ball game. As Dane Kelsey with a double to the gap, scoring Akausu. It's a 1-1 game. And that brings up the right fielder, Nate Mensick. Nate, also one of the seniors, will be recognized as a part of the Senior Day celebration today following game 2. And the pitch floats in there for a strike. 0-1 the count to the Tiger right fielder. Beautiful morning here in Crete, Nebraska. And the pitch is outside, 1-1. Partly cloudy, slight breeze out of the north, so it would be blowing out here at the baseball field, blowing in at the softball field. And the pitch, swing and a foul. Braden Jones, the Tiger first baseman, on deck. Throw to second. Runner back. Hit batsman as Mensick will go to first. Kelsey stays on second. And Braden Jones, the Tiger first baseman, coming to the plate. Jones, a freshman from Papillion La Vista, took over that first base spot after the graduation of Lucas White. And the pitch to Jones is right in there, strike 1. So Morningside with a run in the first, Doane with a run here in the second. We have a tie ball game with a runner in scoring position, Kelsey at second base. And the pitch, swing and a miss. Purdy Burton quickly ahead, 0-2. The catcher, Ben Grigsby, in the on-deck circle. Low, throw down to second. Gets away from the second baseman. Odell, but not far enough for Kelsey to advance to third. 1-2 the count to Braden Jones. A pitch, swing and a miss. So strikeout for Jones. That'll bring up the catcher, Ben Grigsby. Ben, another one of those seniors who'll be recognized after the second game today. And the pitch. Grounder to short, and the throw to second. The force is there. And so the Tigers with a run on a hit, no errors, 2 left on base. We go to the third inning. It's a 1-1 ball game. You're watching Doane Baseball on the Doane Sports Network. We are ready for the top of the third inning, and stepping to the plate, the Morningside leadoff batter, the center fielder Brian Garcia. Fly to center. It's going to get in there for a base hit. That'll bring up the third baseman, Eddie Brancato. Garcia with kind of a soft liner between second and center field. Falls in there for a base hit. And the pitch is just outside. 1-0 the count. Swinging a foul. It's going to make its way out of play, right field side. The count is 1-1. Throw to first, runner back. And the pitch is outside, 2-1 the count. Extremely important 4-game series for both teams, as Doane has a 2-game lead over Concordia and Morningside in the standings. Swing and a pop-up to the second baseman, Kelsey. Gloves it for the first out, and that brings up the catcher, Jason Willers. Brancato kind of jammed on that pitch, and Kelsey makes a play for Doane, and Willers steps in for the Mustangs. Pitch gets away. It's going to be a wild pitch. Gets away from Grigsby. Garcia advances to second on the wild pitch. The GPAC baseball tournament begins on 2 campus sites. On Thursday, May 2nd, games to be played Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then the championship game the following Tuesday. Swing and a miss. 1-1 the count. Both of these teams hoping to be a first-round host. Check swing. Went around, called strike. 1-2 the count to Willers. Swing and a foul. Count remains 1-2. And the pitch is outside. Runner thought about going to third. Garcia turns around, heads back to second. No throw. Ball inside. Busy day at Doane. Not only do we have baseball and softball, but the spring football game, which is about 20 minutes away from starting. That's over at Memorial Stadium, Al Papick Field. Swing and a foul. Later today, following the football game, track meet between basically a track duel, Doane hosting Concordia. Forrest steps off. And then Doane tennis, men's tennis, on the road in the GPAC tennis tournament. Swing and a miss. So Willers strikes out, and that'll bring up the shortstop, Kielbasa. Doane men's tennis in the GPAC tournament, Sioux City, Iowa. So lots of activities here. And swing and a foul. 0-1 the count. Fly to center. Volcano and Mensick take a look at it. Mensick makes the catch for the third out. So we go to the bottom of the third inning. It's still a 1-1 game. You're watching Doane baseball on the Doane Sports Network. Stepping to the plate for the Tigers, designated hitter Logan Amick. So Doane is at the top of their order. Strike. And the pitch. Low, 1-1 the count. Some pretty good timing here early in this game. A softball just came onto the baseball field, but it was right before Tigers were ready to bat. Strike. 1-2 the count. And the pitch. Swing and a foul. Pop up on the infield. And now coming back to the catcher. And the catcher, Willers, makes the catch. So Amick fouls out. Stepping into the plate, the left fielder, Joe Osburn. Talked a lot about our seniors. Joe, one of those seniors, who'll be recognized following game 2. Ball is high. Joe has had a great career at Doane. A couple years ago, the GPAC Player of the Year. Swing and a foul at the plate. Joe has at least 2 Doane baseball records in home runs and RBIs. Check swing. Falls in there for a strike. 1-2 the count. Justin Neville's waiting. The circle on deck. Swing and a miss by Osburn. He's down on strikes, and Neville's will come to the plate. Neville's first pitch results in a foul out of play, 0-1 the count. Low and away, 1-1 the count. Low again, 2-1. Another ball, 3-1 the count. Neville's ahead in the count, 3-1. Shallow pop up to center field. It drops in there for a base hit. So Neville's ends up at first base. And that'll bring up the center fielder, Aaron Volcano. Throw to first. Called out. So that is that. So the Tigers, no runs on a hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. So 3 innings in the books. It's a 1-1 game with Morningside coming to the plate here in the top of the 4th inning. You're watching Doane Baseball on the Doane Sports Network. Back for the top of the 4th inning. Leadoff batter is the right fielder, Giacomo Grassetti. Will be followed by Cade Nolan and Aiden Bishop. And the pitch, swing and a miss. Grounder to third. The throw by Nevels and the pick by Jones. And it results in an out. That'll bring up the left fielder, Cade Nolan. This game moving along quickly. Just outside, 1-0 the count. A strike. One and one the count. And the pitch by Forrest catches inside corner. He's ahead 1-2. Just off the outside corner, 2-2 the count. Aaron Forrest with his 300th career strikeout earlier in this game. Nice milestone for the Tiger pitcher. Swinging a foul out of play. Swing and a miss. So that's it for Nolan. That brings up the first baseman, Aiden Bishop. This is a close game for Aiden's family. He's a native of Lincoln. The pitch, swinging a foul down the right field side out of play. just off the outside corner. 1-1 the count. 2 outs here, nobody on. Top of the 4th inning. It's a 1-1 game. Morningside scored first, and here comes a softball onto the baseball field. That'll happen a few times today. Hopefully not during a crucial time. Occasionally a baseball makes its way over to the softball field as well. The pitch, outside corner. Good pitch there by Forrest. 1-2 the count to Aiden Bishop. If Bishop reaches, Blackman, the DH, will come to the plate. Swing and a foul. Might have got a piece of Grigsby. Ben moving kind of slow there behind the plate. Umpire walks the baseball out to Forrest to give Ben a little bit of time to recoup. The count remains 1-2. And the pitch. Grounder to second. Kelsey picks it up. Throw across is in time. So for the Mustangs, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning. It's still a 1-1 game. You're watching Doane Baseball on the Doane Sports Network. We're back on the Doane Sports Network. Stepping into the plate for the Tigers. Stepping to the plate, center fielder Aaron Volcano. He'll be followed by Akausu and then Kelsey. Earlier I was talking about Doane men's tennis. Their season actually concluded last night as they defeated Concordia and then fell to Morningside. So Doane men's tennis is not playing today. They got done yesterday. Strike on the inside corner. Strike. 1-2 the count. 1-2 the count to the Tigers center fielder. And the pitch is low. It evens out at 2-2. The pitch. Swing. And an infield pop-up. The shortstop is going after it. Second baseman Odell makes the catch. And that'll bring up the shortstop, Narumi Akausu. Again, Narumi is back in the Tiger lineup after missing the last 4 games, the weekend games in Mitchell versus Dakota Wesleyan last week. And now Narumi is back in the starting lineup. Strike on the outside corner. Strike 2. These 2 starting pitchers are doing a really good job of keeping the batters off balance. And the pitch almost hits Akausu. Count 1-2. Dane Kelsey in the on-deck circle. Just outside, 2-2. Swing and a miss. So Akausu down on strikes. That'll bring up the second baseman, Dane Kelsey. Kelsey with a huge hit in the second inning with a gapper between the left center field. Strike on the outside corner. Scoring the Tiger run actually tied this game low, 1-1. Kelsey reaches. Mensick will bat next. Just a little high. 2-1 the count. Outside. 3-1. And the pitch, swing and a miss. Count is full, 3-2. Just outside, Kelsey reaches base once again. That'll bring up the right fielder, Nate Mensick. Just outside. Nate thought about it. Didn't swing. 1-0 the count. Throw to first, not in time. The Tigers probably a little more watchful of Purdy Burton's move to first. In the last inning, Nevels was picked off first. Grounder up the middle, and it's going to make its way through. And Kelsey's going to stop at second. Mensick is going to stop at first. So the Tigers have 2 on with 2 outs here. And that brings up the Tiger first baseman, Braden Jones. That hit by Mensick hit the pitcher's mound and then made its way into the outfield. A hard hit ball by Nate. Morningside stopping play here to visit on the mound about strategy. Tigers have 2 on, but there's 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Again, Doane men's tennis is done. They defeated Concordia yesterday, lost to Morningside in the GPAC men's tennis tournament in Sioux City, Iowa. Today we have Doane is hosting baseball and softball. And a track duel between Doane and Concordia. In addition to all of that, just starting at about this time will be the spring game for Doane football. Jones takes a called strike. He's behind in the count, 0-1. Steps out. Time called. Jones steps back in after receiving information from third base coach Josh Oldmans. Called strike 2. Jones struck out in his first at bat. Now he's down in the count, 0-2. High and away, 1-2 the count. Slight breeze out of the north, so the wind blowing out here. But the velocity is not as strong as it has been. The pitch is just slow, 2-2. And the pitch, swing and a miss. So Jones strikes out for the second time. That ends the Tigers' rally here in the bottom of the fourth inning. They leave 2 on. Negating the hit by Mensick. So the Tigers with no runs on a hit, no errors, 2 left on base. So we go to the fifth inning. It's still a 1-1 game. You're watching Doane Baseball on the Doane Sports Network. We go to the top of the fifth inning. Coming to the plate, the designated hitter, Luke Blackman. He'll be followed by Jacob Odell and Brian Garcia. Grounder to third. Nevels with the throw across in time. 1 pitch, 1 out. Then I'll bring up the second baseman, Jacob Odell. Called strike, 0-1 the count. Soft grounder up the middle, fielded by Kelsey. The throw is not in time. Infield hit for Odell. That'll bring up the center fielder, Brian Garcia. Certainly not a hard hit ball. Results in an infield single. Garcia showed bunt, pulls back. It's a strike. The pitch. Grounder. It's ruled fair. It was gloved by Nevels as he jumped into foul territory. The ball went off his glove. It's going to result in a single. So the Morningside Mustangs have 2 on for the third baseman, Eddie Brancato. Nevels did well to get his glove on the ball. And the pitch is just slow. 1-0 the count. And the pitch, swinging a foul out of play. So Morningside threatening here in the top of the 5th. Runners on first and second with 1 out. And Brancato with a 1-1 count. And the pitch to short, throw to second base. It's a double play. Line to Akausu, through to second. And that is it for the Mustangs in the top of the 5th. They do get a couple of hits, left a runner. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. It's still a 1-1 game. The Tigers coming to the plate here in the bottom of the 5th. Tigers are going to pinch hit Christian Yanes for Ben Grigsby. Christian has been primarily used in the pinch hitting role this season. He's got some power. And the pitch takes just slow. 1-0 the count. Takes one on the outside corner. 1-1. Yanes to be followed by Amick and Osburn. Ball bounces in for ball 2. Inside again. 3-1 the count. Yanes is ahead in the count. It'll be interesting to see if he has the green light or whether he'll be taking all the way here. And the pitch is on the outside corner. The count is full, 3-2. Amick is next, to be followed by Osburn. And the pitch just outside. So the Tigers have a base runner to lead off the bottom of the 5th, and we're going to have a pinch runner for Yanes. And that's going to be Carson Baker. And now the batter is the designated hitter, Logan Amick. So Baker, the runner at first. The pitch, bunt put down by Amick. Third baseman fields it, throws to first in time. But Baker makes it to second, so a successful sacrifice bunt by Amick. And now that brings up Joe Osburn with a runner in scoring position. Again, Carson Baker, the pinch runner at second base. Osburn steps in. Again, this is a 7-inning game to be followed by a 9-inning affair. And the pitch. Fly to deep center field, way back, way back. It is gone. A 2-run home run. Joe Osburn gives the Tigers a lead here. Osburn took it out to dead center field, and the Tigers now lead this game by a score of 3-1. Joe Osburn, Doane's all-time leading home run hitter, hits another one, gives the Tigers a 3-1 lead here in the bottom of the fifth, and stepping in is the third baseman Justin Nevels. And the pitch is a strike inside corner. 0-1 the count. So the Tigers take the lead here in the bottom of the fifth. And the pitch, swing and a fly to right. This right fielder comes in, makes the catch. That was Cressetti making the second out. And that brings up the Tiger center fielder, Aaron Volcano. And the pitch. Fly to left. Left fielder comes in and makes the catch. And that's it for the Tigers in the bottom of the fifth. But they strike with 2 runs on a hit. No Morningside errors and nobody left. So we go to the 6th inning. Doane with a 3-1 lead. You're watching Doane Baseball on the Doane Sports Network. We're back for the top of the 6th inning here at the Doane Ball Field Complex. Doane taking a 3-1 lead with a 2-run home run by Joe Osburn. And stepping in for the Mustangs, the catcher Jason Willers. Be followed by Kobasa and Cressetti. The pitch is inside, 1-0 the count. Doane softball trailing Mount Marty in the 5th inning by a score of 3-0. And the pitch, swing and a foul. Doane softball has already qualified for the GPAC tournament, but they're hoping to get today's games to increase their standing. Inside, 2-1 the count. And the pitch. It's going to be a base hit. to left field, fielded by Osburn. So Willers is on first base. They're going to pinch run for him. And Connor Maston will be actually the courtesy runner for Willers. So Connor Maston, the courtesy runner for Willers at first base. And that brings up the shortstop, Ryan Kielbasa. And the pitch is right in there, strike one. Swinging a foul out of play. Forrest quickly hit 0-2. Throw to first, runner back. And the pitch by Forrest. Swing and a tapper to second. Kelsey picks it up, throws to first in time. Willers, or actually the pinch runner for Willers, that is Connor Maston. Maston is now on second base. And the batter's a right fielder, Giacomo Crissetti. Crissetti steps in with the runner on second base. And the pitch is right in there. 0-1 the count. Forrest steps off, throws to second baseman Kelsey, runner back. 0-1 the count. The pitch to Crissetti is outside, 1-1 the count. Slight breeze out of the north. But a really nice morning for GPAC baseball. And the pitch. Liner over the shortstop's head. It's going to score a run. So Maston, the pinch runner from second, scores. On the single by Crissetti, that brings up the left fielder, Cade Nolan. Nolan steps in. The runner, Crissetti, on first. Crissetti just drove in Maston with that single to left field. And the pitch, swing and a miss. Another strike right in there. Nolan taking all the way, 0-2 the count. Forrest is ahead. Just outside, 1-2. Foul back to the screen, 1-2 the count. And the pitch, swing and a miss. Nolan went fishing. Swung at a ball, but it was a good pitch there by Forrest. And that'll bring up the first baseman, Aiden Bishop. So 2 down. Runner still on first. That's Cressetti. And Aiden Bishop. The first baseman steps in. And the pitch is low, ball 1. Jones is holding the runner on at first. Cressetti with a good lead. Bishop takes a called strike. 1-1 the count. Pitch by Forrest, swinging a foul out of play. 1-2. Grounder to Kelsey. Flips it over to Akausu. Touches second base and forces Cressetti out at second. But the Mustangs get a run on 2 hits, no errors, 1 left on base. We go to the bottom of the 6th. It's Doane 3, Morningside 2. You're watching Doane. Actually, you're watching Doane Baseball on the Doane Sports Network. Narumi Akausu leading off for Doane here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Doane holding on to a 3-2 lead. Morningside with a run in the bottom of the 5th, actually the top of the 6th. And that ball comes inside. Akausu steps out of the way. 1-0 the count. And the pitch. Fly to left, and it is a home run. Narumi Akausu with a solo shot to right field, and that extends the Tiger lead from 3-2 to 4-2. Narumi Akausu with a solo home run to lead off the bottom of the 6th. And the Tigers quickly get that run back, and that'll bring up the second baseman, Dane Kelsey. Dane drove in the first run of the game with a double to left center field. And the pitch, swing and a miss by Kelsey. Dane has been filling in for Luke LaChance, who's had some injury issues. Dane has done a nice job in that capacity. High, 1-1 the count. And the pitch, outside, 2-1. Mensick is on deck. Braden Jones in the hole. Swing and a foul. count is now 2-2. And the pitch. Kelsey takes low, 3-2. Swing and a foul out of play. The count remains full, 3-2. Inside, Kelsey takes a walk. And that'll bring up the right fielder, Nate Mensick. Doane is going to have a pinch runner at first base. It's going to be Luke LaChance. It's good to see Luke back out there again. So LaChance is a runner at first. Mensick steps in with nobody out here in the bottom of the sixth. Doane with a 4-2 lead. And the pitch is low. Throw to second base is not in time. LaChance, aggressive base running, and he makes it to second base. So LaChance running on that first pitch. It was low. Willers did a good job to corral it, but the throw to second not in time. LaChance is back. Close play at second base. Luke was leaning, but made his way back. Pop up on the infield. Second baseman making his way over. And that's Odell making the catch. And that's going to bring up the first baseman, Braden Jones. And Josh Oltman's making his way in. Braden's had a tough day at the plate. He struck out twice. I think we're going to see a pinch hitter here for the Tigers. Looks like Doane is taking one of their offensive timeouts here. Again, to set the stage, Doane with a 4-2 lead, one out here in the bottom of the sixth. This is a 7-inning game. LaChance is the pinch runner at second base. And coming to the plate for the Tigers is pinch hitter Noah Winkleman. Noah is from Foley, Minnesota, transferred into Doane from Ranger College in Texas. Noah has been the designated hitter for the Tigers during the middle stretch of the season. And Winkleman steps in for Jones. Purdy Burton with the toss to second base. LaChance back. And the pitch. Swing and a miss by Winkleman. No, with a huge hit in game one versus Dakota Wesleyan last Saturday. The two-run home run in the top of the sixth, tying the game. Swing and a miss. So Purdy Burton ahead of the Tiger batter, 0-2. Outside and low, ball 1. As I was saying, in game 1 of the series last Saturday at Dakota Wesleyan, Doane was down 4-2. Winkleman hit a 2-run home run to tie it. The game went at extra innings. The Tigers eventually won that game. Outside, 2-2. And the pitch. Called, third strike. Winkleman was not expecting that. And so 2 outs. And that's going to bring up the catcher, Ben Grigsby. This will be Ben's second at bat. He was pinch hit for last time by Yanez. Ben, one of the seniors, will be honored later today. The pitch is low, 1-0 the count. LaChance is still at second base. The Tigers with 1 run in. That was a solo home run by Akausu. And the pitch, swinging a foul. One and one the count to the Tiger catcher. And the pitch, swinging a soft grounder to short. He throws it, fields it, and he is going to beat it out. Grigsby with an infield hit. Ben hit it softly. Good play by the shortstop, Kielbasa. And now Carson Baker is the courtesy runner at first base for Grigsby, and that brings up Logan Amick, the Tiger designated hitter. So LaChance advances to third on the infield single by Grigsby. Amick hoping to get a hit to extend the Tiger lead. Throw to first, runner back. Throw to first, runner back. Softball makes its way over to the bleachers area of the baseball complex. And the pitch outside, 1-0 the count. Skies are getting progressively cloudier. It's still a very nice morning for softball and baseball here at the Doane Ballfield Complex. Doane softball trails Mount Marty by a score of 4-0 in the 6th. We had senior day for Doane softball prior to game 1. Recognizing Sarah, Jaden, and Peyton, our 3 softball seniors. Grounder to third. Throw to second is in time for the force, and so that's it for the Tigers in the bottom of the 6th. We go to the 7th inning. But for the Tigers in the bottom of the 6th, they got a run on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 left on base. We go to the 7th. It's Doane 4, Morningside 2. You're watching Doane Baseball on the Doane Sports Network. We go to the 7th inning, leading off for the Mustangs, designated hitter Luke Blackman. Aaron Forrest towing the mound for the Tigers here in the top of the 7th. Blackman, Odell, and Garcia. And the pitch is low, 1-0. Called strike, 1-1. Low, 2-1. Luke LaChance is now playing second base for the Tigers, replacing Dane Kelsey. And the pitch. Ball got away from Forrest, and it's a hit batsman, so Blackman will go to first, and that'll bring up the second baseman, Jacob Odell. So Blackman on first, Odell at the plate. Jones holding on the runner at first, and the pitch is high and away, ball 1. Blackman with a good lead, swing and a foul out of play, 1-1 the count. Blackman taking a healthy lead at first, being held on by first baseman Jones. And the pitch, low, 2-1. Pitch, fly ball to center field. Volcano is there. It's in the park, makes the catch. Runner Blackman back to first. A long fly out to center by Odell. That'll bring up the center fielder, Brian Garcia. So Garcia steps in with Blackman still at first. Healthy lead at first by Blackman. And the pitch, foul out of play. 0-1 the count. And the pitch, swinging a single down the right field line, stays fair. So Morningside threatening here in the top of the 7th with 2 runners on and only 1 out. Blackman, the runner at third, Garcia, the runner at first, and that's going to prompt Doane pitching coach Elliot Engel to the mound to visit with Forrest. So pitching coach Engel meeting with all of the infielders, as well as the battery, Forrest and Grigsby. Morningside threatening with 2 on, 1 out. Runners on the corners here in the top of the 7th, with the third baseman Eddie Brancato coming to the plate. And the pitch is in there for a strike. 0-1 the count. And the pitch. Base hit left field. That's going to score a run. Tying run goes to second. So it's a 4-3 lead. And Garcia, the runner at second base. Going to bring up the catcher, Jason Willers. So the Mustangs with tying run and scoring position. And the pitch, fly ball, deep right field. And Mensick is there and catches it on the warning track. Runner Garcia goes from second to third, 2 outs. Good catch there by Mensick on the warning track. And that brings up the shortstop, Ryan Kielbasa. So a long out there by Willers will bring Kielbasa to the plate. So the Mustangs with runners on third and first, 2 outs. Top of the 7th inning. Kielbasa at the plate for the Mustangs. And the pitch, swing and a miss. Forrest ahead in the count, 0-1. Pitch, swing and a miss. 0-2. And another softball comes onto the baseball field. Forrest ahead, 0-2. 2 outs. Top of the 7th inning. The pitch by Forrest. Fly ball to right field. Mensick in, ball game. Doane wins 4-3. Morningside with a run on 2 hits, no errors, 2 left on base. Aaron Forrest remains undefeated for the Tigers. And we'll have your totals in a moment. You're watching Doane Baseball on the Doane Sports Network. Your totals for the game just won by Doane. Your totals for Doane: 4 runs, 6 hits, 2 errors, 6 left on base. For Morningside, 3 runs, 8 hits, no errors, 7 left on base. The winning pitcher for Doane, Aaron Forrest, is now 9-0. Losing pitcher for Morningside is Kai Purdy Burton, who is now 7-3. Again, your totals for Doane: 4 runs, 6 hits, 2 errors, 6 left on base. Morningside, 3 runs, 8 hits, no errors, 7 left on base. Aaron Forrest remains undefeated. His record goes to 9-0. Losing pitcher for Morningside is Kai Purdy Burton, whose record is now 7-3. So Doane wins game 1 of this 4-game set. And we'll be back with the broadcast of game 2 in about 30 minutes, which will be around that 11:20 a.m. first pitch start. Again, Doane wins by a score of 43 to take game 1 of this 4-game series. You're watching Doane Baseball on the Doane Sports Network. We are back for game 2 here of this doubleheader between Morningside and Doane. Stepping in, the leadoff batter, the center fielder Brian Garcia. He'll be followed by the third baseman Eddie Brancato and the catcher Jason Willers. Just a little bit high on the mound for the Tigers is Kellen Vogesser. Dionysius Chialtis is the catcher. Two hopper to second base. Throw across by Kelsey is in time. One quick out. Stepping in, the third baseman Eddie Brancato. Just to finish the Morningside lineup, batting third will be the catcher Jason Willers. Batting fourth, shortstop Ryan Kielbasa. Batting fifth, right fielder Crissetti. Batting sixth, the pitcher Cade Nolan. Batting seventh, the left fielder Aiden Bishop. Batting eighth, first baseman Luke Blackman. Playing second base and batting ninth, Jacob Odell. Strike two. Vogesser quickly ahead. Here 0-2. This is the third baseman Eddie Brancato. Three hopper to second base. Throw across by Kelsey is in time. Brancato is retired. That'll bring up the catcher Jason Willers. Doane defensively. Neville's at third. Akausu at short. Kelsey at second. Jones at first. And the outfield is Osburn in left. Volcano in center. And Mensick in right. Again, your battery is Vogesser and Chialtis. The catcher Jason Willers steps in for Morningside, and the pitch hits him. So the first base runner of the day for Morningside is the catcher Jason Willers, who was just hit by a pitch. And that'll bring up the cleanup hitter, the shortstop Ryan Kielbasa. Courtesy runner at first base. High. And a strike, 1-1 the count. The pitch. Grounder past Jones. It's going to go into right field. Mensick fields the ball. And the pinch runner is going to stay at second base as Kielbasa reaches first. So that's a hit. A two-out hit for Kielbasa to bring up the right fielder Giacomo Crissetti. And the pitch by Vogesser's in there for a strike. 0-1 the count. Doane took game one by a thin margin, winning 4-3. Morningside had the tying run at third when the game ended. Outside, 1-1 the count. Aaron Forrest getting the win for the Tigers, 9-0. Complete game victory for the Tiger senior. Foul out of play, 0-2. Actually, the count is now 1-2. Partly cloudy skies, slight breeze out of the north. And the pitch. Chialtis captures a ball, but the runner makes it to third, so runners on the corners with two outs. The count is 2-2. Morningside threatening here. The top of the first. This is a 9-inning game. And the pitch, swing and a foul. Bogesser with the set. And the pitch, foul out of play again. Cressetti fighting off pitches. Count remains 2-2. And the pitch, base hit. Actually, no. It's going to be caught. I thought it was going to get down, but it was caught by the center fielder, Volcano. Great pitch catch by Aaron. Morningside threatens with no runs on a hit, nowhere's two left on base. We'll go to the bottom of the first inning. The Tigers coming to the plate. For the Tigers, it's going to be Amick, Osburn, and Nevels, followed by Volcano, Akausu, and Kelsey. Let me back up. I need to rephrase that. It's going to be Amick, Osburn, and Akausu, Nevels, Kelsey, and Volcano, followed by Mensick, Jones, and Chialtis. So that's your batting order. Morningside defense in the outfield, Bishop in left, Garcia in center, Cressetti in right. In the infield, it's third baseman Brancato, shortstop Kielbasa, second baseman Odell, first baseman Blackman, and the battery is Cade Nolan, the pitcher, and Jason Willers, the catcher. So leading off for the Tigers here in Game 2, Logan Amick, the designated hitter. Again, it's going to be Amick, Osburn, and Akausu. And the first pitch to Amick is just outside. Want to know the count? And ball, 2-0. Swing and a miss by Amick, 2-1. Pop-up foul out of play. It's 2-2. And the pitch, check swing, did not go. 3-2. Again, Osburn is next, followed by Akausu. The pitch is outside, so the Tigers with their first base runner of the afternoon. Amick trots down to first. That brings up the left fielder, Joe Osburn. Joe with a huge 2-run home run in Game 1. And the man behind him also had a home run, Narumi Akausu. Joe did not hold up. Amick, ball got away from the catcher. Amick did not go to second base. The pitch, high fly ball, deep center field, way back, and it is caught on the warning track. Good play there by the center fielder, Garcia. He didn't have any more room, reaches up, makes a catch for the second out, and that brings up the Tiger shortstop, Narumi Akausu. So Amick is still at first. Akausu at the plate. Narumi with a solo home run in game one. Ball. 1-0 the count. That was a long out by Joe Osburn. Hit it to the deepest part of the yard. It stayed in, resulting in the first out. Just inside, 2-0 the count to Narumi Akausu. Amick back, slides back into first. Didn't have much of a lead. Logan walked to lead off. Bottom of the first. Outside. 3-0 the count to Akausu. And the pitch is a strike, 3-1. Akausu taking all the way. Justin Nevels in the on-deck circle. Just outside, so Akausu walks. Tigers with 2 runners. Amick at second, Akausu at first. And that brings up the cleanup hitter, the third baseman, Justin Nevels. The pitch, flight of right field. It's caught by the right fielder. The runner does not advance to third. Amick stays on second base. And that'll bring up the second baseman, Dane Kelsey. Dane with a big hit in his first at bat. A 2-run double gave the Tigers a 2-1 lead. A lead that they never gave up. The center fielder, Aaron Volcano, is next. The pitch is outside. 1-1 the count. Actually, Kelsey's first hit in game one was a double that resulted in a run scoring for the Tigers. Inside. 3-0 the count. And the pitch is a strike, so it's 3-1. 3-1 the count to the Tigers' second baseman, Dane Kelsey. And high, ball 4. So the Tigers have him loaded here. And that brings up the center fielder, Aaron Volcano. And the Morningside pitching coach is going to have a visit with Nolan. We're back at the Doane Ballfield Complex. Doane threatening. The bases loaded, actually there's 2 outs. A strike in there to Volcano. And another strike on the outside corner. Volcano is down in the count 0-2. Outside 1-2 the count. Outside 2-2. Volcano thought about it, held up. Two and two the count. Deuces are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 3 on. And Volcano takes a called third strike. Didn't take the bat off his shoulder. And that's it for the Tigers. They leave him loaded here in the bottom of the first. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 3 left on base. We go to the top of the second inning. It's still scoreless here at the Doane Ballfield Complex. You're watching Doane Baseball on the Doane Sports Network. Morningside coming to the plate here in the top of the second inning. And it's going to be 6, 7, and 8. It's going to be Nolan, Bishop, and Blackman. If any of them reach, it'll be Odell. And the pitch is high, 1-0 the count. Again, Doane won game 1 by a narrow margin. They won by a score of 4-3. Aaron Forrest getting win number 9. Swing and a miss by Nolan. Aaron Forrest undefeated on the season, now 9-0. Complete game victory. And the pitch is a swing and a miss. This is a 9-inning game. We're in the top of the second. Ball outside, corralled by Shaltis. He's going to exchange balls with the umpire. Throw a freshman out to Vogesser. Strike 3 called. Outside corner. And Nolan is down on strikes. It's going to bring up the left fielder, Aiden Bishop, in the 7-hole. Bishop will be followed by the first baseman, Luke Blackman. Ball. And this pitch is just a little bit high. 2-0 the count. Grounder to third, one hopper to Nevels, throws across to Jones. And Bishop is retired. They'll bring up the first baseman, Luke Blackman. Blackman DH'd in game 1, playing first base in this game. Ball inside, 1-0 the count to the Mustang first baseman. Grounder, fair down the third base line. Nevels didn't think it was fair. He's protesting. It's not going to make any difference as Blackman pulls up for a double. Hot shot down the third base line, ruled a base hit. So Blackman is on second base. And that brings up the second baseman, Jacob Odell, who's batting ninth in the Mustang order. And the pitch, high and inside, 1-0. That was a bullet. Inside, 2-0. And the pitch is in there for a strike. 2-1. And the pitch by Vogesser just misses. 3-1 the count. Garcia, the leadoff batter, is in the on-deck circle. Swing and a miss. Actually 3-2 the count to the Mustangs second baseman Odell. And the pitch, grounder to short. Akausu picks it up, long throw across in time. Great play by the shortstop Akausu. Keeps the Mustangs scoreless here in the top of the second inning. We go to the bottom of the second inning. It's still a scoreless game here at the Doane Ball Field Complex. Watching Doane Baseball on the Doane Sports Network. Softball game 2 is going on just across the way. The top of the first inning, the game just starting. Morningside, actually Mount Marty with a lead of 2-0. Mount Marty won game 1 by a score of 5-3. Nate Mensick stepping to the plate for the Tigers. Tiger right fielder, one of the seniors who will be honored later on today. Nate batting in the 7-hole this afternoon, which is where he also was in game 1. And the pitch, low bridge. Nate ducks. Ball goes back to the backstop, count of 1-0. Mensick to be followed by Jones and Chialtis. There's a ball. 2-0 the count. Strike taken by Mensick in the pitch. Another strike, 2-2. Check swing did not go around. It's a full count, 3-2. And the pitch, pop up on the infield, the shortstop calling for it. And Kilbasa makes the catch, 1 out. That'll bring up the first baseman, Braden Jones. Jones to be followed by Chialtis, and then after that, it's top of the order with Logan Amick. Jones with a tough day in game 1, striking out twice and then being pinch hit for. And the pitch, right down Broadway, strike 1. And the pitch, another strike right down Broadway, strike 2. And just a little high, 1-2 the count. And called strike 3, never took the bat off his shoulder. Called out on strikes. 2 outs, that'll bring up the 9-hole hitter, Dionysius Chialtis. First year for Dionysius in a Doane baseball uniform. And there's a strike outside corner. Nolan is working quickly and precisely. And Chialtis is down in the count, 0-1. And the pitch, swing and a miss. Soft grounder to first, picked up by the first baseman, underhand to the pitcher Nolan, and Doane is done here in the bottom of the second inning. 1-2-3. 2 innings complete. It's a 0-0 game here at the Doane Ballfield Complex. We'll be back in a moment with the top of the third inning. You're watching Doane Baseball on the Doane Sports Network. To begin the top of the third inning, Morningside up. Garcia will be in the batter's box. It'll be his second at bat. And the pitch, swing and a miss. Oh and 1. Foul out of play, 0 and 2. Both of these pitchers working quickly. And we're already in the third inning. Fly ball to center. Volcano reaches up, does not catch it. Hit off his glove. It's going to be a base hit. And a leadoff double by Garcia. I think Volcano would like to have that one over again. Hit off his glove. And Garcia standing on second base. And now coming up is the third baseman, Eddie Brancato. Brancato batting. And a ball high, 1 and 0. It's getting cloudier by the moment. We're all hoping to get this doubleheader in. The same with softball. Strike on the outside corner, 1 and 1. The forecast is somewhat ominous. Yesterday was a stormy day in Nebraska. And this afternoon and evening could be a repeat of that. We hope not. And the pitch, fly ball to right. That one has a chance to get out of here, and it does. 2-run home run for Brancato. And that empties the bases quickly as Brancato takes it out. And that's going to bring up the catcher, Jason Willers. Morningside all fired up. That hit gives them the first lead of this game. They lead by a score of 2-0, top of the third, still nobody out. And Willers is the batter. Fly ball to right. Mensick angles to the left, catches it for the first out, and that's going to bring up the shortstop, Kielbasa. Kielbasa stepping in. He's the Morningside shortstop. There's a liner to left. Osburn coming in, does not make the catch. Throw to second is going to be in time. Kielbasa trying to stretch a single into a double. Unsuccessful. And he's thrown out at second base. Goes down as a single, and he's thrown out at second base, trying to stretch it into a double. That brings up the right fielder, Giacomo Crescetti. And the pitch inside, 1 and 0 the count. And a strike on the outside corner. Count evens out at 1 and 1. Fly to left. Osburn measures it, takes a couple steps in, makes the catch. But the Mustangs do some damage with 2 runs on 3 hits. No errors and nobody left on base. We go to the bottom of the second inning. It's Morningside 2, Doane nothing. You're watching Doane Baseball on the Doane Sports Network. We're back at the Doane Ball Field Complex to begin the bottom of the third. Doane is back to the top of their order. That means Amick, Osburn, and Akausu. Ball outside. One and 0 the count to the Tiger DH. Liner up the middle, base hit, solid base hit by Logan Amick. Rounds first. And the batter is Joe Osburn, the left fielder. Joe with a big 2-run home run in game one. Struck out in his first at bat in game two. High and away, ball one. And the pitch, liner to left, another base hit, solid knock to left. So the Tigers with 2 on and nobody out, and that brings up the shortstop, Narumi Akausu. Narumi with a solo home run in game one. That gave the Tigers a 2-run lead. And that was key because Morningside scored 1 in the top of the 7th, but they were kept at bay. Doane won by a score of 4-3. Akausu takes one low, 1-0 the count. Again, this is a 9-inning game. Hoping to get it done before possible bad weather rolls in. And the pitch, bunt, up the third baseline. The pitcher fields it. The throw is not in time as the first baseman, Blackman, had to leave the base to retrieve the ball to prevent it from going into right field. So the Tigers have him loaded here with no outs in the bottom of the third. The third hit in a row for the Tigers, a bunt base hit by Akausu. And that brings up the third baseman, Justin Nevels. Tigers with the bases loaded and Nevels at the plate. Ball high, 1-0 the count. And the pitch is outside, 2-0. And the pitch, foul back to the screen, 2-1. Doane hoping to get some runs here in the bottom of the third. They trail 2-0. And the pitch, grounder past the first baseman. He fields it, but nowhere to go as no one was covering first. It's another base hit. A run in. Amick scores. And the lead is now 2-1 for Morningside. No outs. Bottom of 3. And that brings up the second baseman, Dane Kelsey. Kelsey steps in. He's been playing second base with the injury to Luke LaChance. Luke did see some action late in game one, which was great to see. And Kelsey stepping into the plate, bases loaded, nobody out, bottom of 3. Volcano is next. Infield in. And the pitch to Kelsey is high, ball 1. Doane softball has taken a 4-2 lead in the second inning over Mount Marty. Kelsey ahead in the count, 1-0. And the pitch, swing and a grounder to the pitcher. He throws home and throws to first. It's a 1-2-3 double play. Tigers don't get a run there, but the runners do move up. We got runners on Akausu at third and Neville's at second. That brings up the center fielder, Aaron Volcano. So Volcano steps in. And the pitch, grounder third, foul ball, just foul. If Volcano reaches, we'll see Nate Mensick. 0-1 the count to the Tigers center fielder. Pitch, high. Count evens out at 1-1. The pitch, outside corner, 1-2. Good pitch there by Nolan. And the pitch. Fly ball deep center field, and it is going to be over the center fielder's head. It's going to score 2 runs. It's the 5th hit of the inning, and Volcano pulls in at second base with a double. Huge hit by the Tigers center fielder, Aaron Volcano. Tigers take the lead by a score of 3-2, and that brings up the Tiger right fielder, Nate Mensick. Volcano making up some ground there with a solid double over the center fielder's head. And Mensick steps to the plate. High, ball 1. A little bit about Aaron. He's one of our players from Canada, first year at Doane. And he's a Tiger runner at second base. Mensick takes a strike on the inside corner, 1-1. Mensick wasn't so sure about that, but it's going to stay that way. 1-1 the count. And the pitch, low and away, 2-1. Braden Jones is next. And the pitch outside, 3-1. Mensick there with a good eye. Again, Braden Jones is next. If Mensick reaches. And the pitch, strike on the inside corner, 3-2. Nate thought about it, held up. It's a full count with 2 outs. Volcano, the runner at second base. Ground ball is short, It bounces off the shortstop. Volcano is going to go home, and he is out. He is out. It's another hit for Doane, but the run does not score. Volcano was on his horse trying to make it in, did not make it in. But the Tigers do score 3 runs on 6 hits. There were no errors and 1 left on base. We go to the 4th. Doane leads by a score of 3-2. You're watching Doane Baseball on the Doane Sports Network. We're back at the complex. Morningside leading off here in the top of the 4th. And there's a ball inside taken by the pitcher, Cade Nolan. Doane with a good inning there in the bottom of the 3rd, scoring 3 runs. And the pitch by Vogesser is a strike outside corner, 1-1. It is cooling off, I can tell, outside. We're just hoping those clouds stay at bay so we can get both of these doubleheaders done today. The pitch is a fly ball to center. Volcano backs up and makes the catch. Great play by Aaron Volcano. Aaron with a huge hit in the last half inning comes up with a great play in center field. And Nolan is robbed of a base hit. That's going to bring up the left fielder, Aiden Bishop. And the pitch is high, 1-0 the count. Bishop played first base in game 1, playing left field in game 2. And he's hit by pitch, so Aiden Bishop goes to first base, and we're going to bring up Luke Blackman, the first baseman. The pitch by Vogesser is a strike on the corner, 0-1. The on-deck batter is the second baseman, Jacob Odell. And the pitch by Vogesser is a fly to right. Looks like it's going to be in foul territory. Jones and Mensick trying for it. Neither one can get it. And it's simply a foul ball. So Vogesser is ahead in the count, 0-2. And the pitch, swing and a miss. And it's a strikeout. So Blackman is retired, and that'll bring up the second baseman, Jacob Odell. Odell steps in. And the pitch. Grounder, base hit between third and short. And so now the Mustangs have runners. Bishops at second. Odell on first. That brings up the center fielder, Brian Garcia. Garcia steps in. And the pitch. Grigsby. They throw him out at second base. Grigsby with a great throw to second base. Chialtis. Grigsby was the catcher in game one. Chialtis threw out that runner. Odell to retire the Mustangs here in the bottom, actually in the top of the fourth inning. So we go to the bottom of the fourth inning. In that half inning, Morningside with no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on base. We go to the bottom of the fourth inning. Doane leads by a score of 3-2. We go to the bottom of the fourth inning. Doane holding on to a slim 3-2 lead. And Christian Yanes is going to pinch hit for Braden Jones. Going to be followed by Chialtis and Amick. So Yanes stops in. Steps in, I should say. And the pitch. Takes it for a called strike one. Grounder between third. Actually, it's going to be fielded by the third baseman and thrown out just in time. The third baseman, Brancato, made a great play. I thought it was going to sneak between him and the shortstop, Kielbasa. And it did not. A great fielding play. 1 out. And the Tiger catcher is Dionysius Chialtis. And the pitch is outside, 1-0. Dionysius with a great throw to second base to nail the runners, which resulted in the third out for Morningside. And the pitch fouled out of play. That might make the baseball or the softball field. It does. Swing and a miss. The count is 1-2. 1-2 is the count. And the pitch is high. So it's 2-2 to the Tiger catcher. 2-2 the count. And the pitch. Base hit down the right field line. Chialtis rounds first, pulls up, and he's going to stay at first base. So Chialtis with a solid base hit to right field. That's going to bring up the designated hitter, Logan Amick. Amick stepping in. And the pitch is a strike. 0-1. And the pitch just low. 1-1 the count. Outside, 2-1. Joe Osburn's in the on-deck circle. Another base hit to right field. Chialtis rounding his horse, going to third. Stands up. It's a single by Amick. And the Tigers are threatening here with runners on the corners with 1 out. And that brings up the left fielder, Joe Osburn. Doane with runners on the corners. Chialtis at third, Amick at first, 1 out. Osburn is the Doane batter. Strike to Osburn. Morningside has a pitcher warming up. Foul out of play. Carson Baker is a runner at third base. He was a courtesy runner for the catcher, Chialtis. I did not catch that. So Logan Baker is the runner at first, at third, and Amick at first. Throw to first, runner back. And the pitch. Osburn holds up. It's just inside. 2-2. Actually, it's 1-2. 1-2 the count. And the pitch. It's a called third strike, inside corner. And it results in the second out. That brings up the shortstop, Akausu. Doane threatening to add to their lead. Akausu steps in. And the pitch. It is caught by the shortstop, robbing the Tigers of a run. Great shortstop play there by Kielbasa. And the Tigers threaten, but don't get anything here in terms of runs. They have no runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 left on base. We go to the 5th. It's Doane 3, Morningside 2. We move to the 5th inning. Morningside coming to the plate. They're going to step to the plate with their center fielder, Brian Garcia. Top of 5. Again, the plan is to get both of these doubleheaders in before possible storms come in later. Swing and a miss by Garcia. Sun is trying to make its way out again. It's a little sunnier now than it was just a few moments ago. And the pitch is a ball. Stopped by Chialtis. And it's 1-1. To the Morningside center fielder, Brian Garcia. Brancato is next, to be followed by Willers. And the pitch is low and away. 2-1 the count. Doane softball leading Mount Marty by a score of 4-3 in the third in Game 2. Mount Marty won Game 1 5-3. There is a fly ball to center fielder Volcano. Kind of held up, and Aaron made a great play ranging to his right, catches the ball for out number 1. And that'll bring up the third baseman Eddie Brancato. I thought that ball might find the ground, but it did not. Volcano with a great play for Doane. And the pitch, fly ball deep left field, and Osburn is back there, and he catches it on the warning track. That one stayed in the yard, but not by much. So Brancato gave it a ride, but it's a long out, the second of the inning. And that brings up the catcher, Jason Willers. Activity is quieted down in the Morningside bullpen. And the pitch, foul back to the screen, 0-1 the count. Lots of people here today at the Doane Ball Field Complex. Just a little high. 1-1 the count. Caught the inside corner. 1-2 the count to the catcher. And the pitch. Thought about it. Didn't bite. 2-2 the count to Willers. If he reaches, Kielbasa will be up next. Just a little inside, a little bit high. So the count is full with 2 outs here in the top of inning number 5. And the pitch. Fly ball to center. Volcano angles to his left. Makes a one-handed catch, and that's it for the Mustangs in the top of the 5th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. It's Doane 3, Morningside 2, and you're watching Doane Baseball on the Doane Sports Network. We move to the bottom of the 5th inning. The leadoff batter for the Tigers is third baseman Justin Nevels, to be followed by Dane Kelsey and Aaron Vulcano. And the pitch. Pop up behind the shortstop. The shortstop actually goes back and makes a catch. It was behind Kielbasa. Thought he might give way to the center fielder, but the shortstop, Kielbasa, makes the play. 1 pitch, 1 out. And that brings up the Tigers' second baseman, Dane Kelsey. Just a little high, ball 1. The Tigers' second baseman. Dane is from Vista, California. Played previously at Eastern Oregon University before transferring to Doane. Takes a strike, 1-1. Dane has filled in admirably at second base. Foul at the plate. Luke LaChance, the senior second baseman for the Tigers, has been battling some injuries. Dane has stepped in, done a great job. He does strike out there. Checked swing, couldn't hold up. Results in the second out, and that brings up the center fielder, Aaron Vulcano. Aaron with a huge hit in his last at bat, with a 2-run double. Steps in. Takes a ball, 1-0. If Aaron reaches, Mensick will be next. Another foul. Softball makes its way over toward the Doane dugout. And the pitch. High, ball 1. 1-2. Outside. And the pitch. Swing and a miss for strike 2. So the count is full, 3-2. It's a liner to left. It's in fair territory. Vulcano rounds first, chugs to second base, and he's in there with a sliding double. So Vulcano with a double, and that brings up the right fielder, Nate Mensick. Mensick stepping in. And takes high, ball 1. And the pitch. Check swing. Doesn't go. 2-0 the count. If Mensick reaches, Jones is next. Mensick takes a strike. 2-1 the count. And the pitch. Grounder to third. The third baseman bobbles it. doesn't make a throw. And Mensick ends up at first base. Amick makes it to third, and Jones steps in. It's ruled an error on the third baseman, Brancato. And the Tigers are going to pinch hit for Jones with Max Harris. Max played shortstop last week in South Dakota when Narumi Akausu was injured. Max stepped in, played all 4 games as short, and he's pinch hitting for the first baseman, Jones. Doane with runners on the corners. Runners on the corners and 2 outs. And the pitch inside, 1-0 the count. 1-0 the count. If Harris reaches, Shaltis is next. And the pitch. Grounder to short, tossed to second base for the force, and that's the 3rd out of the inning. And so the Tigers threaten but get no runs. On a hit, there was 1 Morningside error and 2 left on base. We go to the 6th inning. Doane leads by a score of 3-2. We'll be back for the 7th inning in just a moment. For the 6th inning, excuse me. You're watching Doane Baseball on the Doane Sports Network. Two defensive changes for Doane. Luke LaChance now playing second. Max Harris now playing first. Doane has tied Mount Marty in the 3rd inning of the softball game. 5-5 tie in the 3rd inning. Back to the baseball game. And the shortstop, Ryan Kielbasa, steps in. Kielbasa stepping in. Volgesser still on the mound for the Tigers. And the pitch nearly hits him. Inside, 1-0 the count. Be Kielbasa, Crissetti, and Nolan. And the pitch. Liner past Akausu. So it's a single for Kielbasa. And that'll bring up the right fielder, Giacomo Crissetti. And the pitcher, Cade Nolan, on deck. And the hit by pitch, Volgesser. 1 pitch, 1 hit by pitch. So 2 runners on base. As Crissetti slowly makes his way to first base after being hit by pitch. And that brings up the pitcher, Cade Nolan. Josh Oltmans making his way to the mound. Doane makes a pitching change. Now pitching for the Tigers is Ethan Merck, another one of our Canadian players. Ethan is from Regina, Saskatchewan. His first year with the Tigers. He comes in, replaces Vogesser, who went 5 innings. So Merck finishing his warm-up tosses. Again, we are in the top half of the 6th inning. Doane holding on to a slim 3-2 lead. But the Mustangs have runners on first and second with no outs. And that brings up the pitcher, Cade Nolan. This doubleheader started this morning at 9 o'clock. The same with the softball doubleheader versus Mount Marty. The plan was to ensure that, or at least try to ensure that both doubleheaders concluded prior to possible bad weather coming into southeast Nebraska later this afternoon. It's cloudy and cool, but no rain. We hope that holds off for a while. And stepping in for Morningside is the pitcher, Cade Nolan. Again, Ethan Merck, the Tiger pitcher. And Merck's first pitch. Throw to second. Not in time. Nolan took the pitch high for ball 1. Feigned a bunt, did not commit. And so it's 1-0. The pitch is a bunt, fielded by Merck, and he fumbles it, and now the bases are loaded. So that's a base hit, and bases are loaded with no outs. Doane had that situation recently. And now Morningside is that situation. We've got a pinch runner who's going to first base. And that's going to be Connor Maston, a freshman from Kildreth, Iowa. And he's running for Nolan, the pitcher, at first base. Bishop steps in, bases loaded. No outs. Morningside threatening here. They're down 3-2. And the pitch is ruled a ball. 1-0 the count. And the pitch outside, 2-0. Nowhere to put him as the bases are loaded with no outs here in the top of the 6th inning. And the pitch is way inside. 3-0 the count. 3-0 the count to the left fielder, Bishop. And ball 4, not even close. And that's going to result in a Morningside run to tie this game. So Mark issues a walk, and that brings up the first baseman, Luke Blackman. We have a brand new ball game, and pitching coach Elliot Engel on his way to the mound. We have a 5-5 tie in the softball game in the 4th inning. In the 6th inning of the baseball game, we have a 3-3 tie. Morningside just tied it on a bases-loaded walk. They have the bases loaded, no outs. They're threatening here in the top of the 6th. 1 run in. Bases still loaded, no outs. Blackman steps in. And the pitch. Outside corner, strike 1. And the pitch. Grounder up the middle. Akausu steps on second. Throw to first is in time. It's a double play. The run scores. But that's exactly what the doctor ordered. Here in the top of the 6th inning. So a double play. Akausu steps on second. Throw to first is in time. And that brings up the second baseman, Jacob Odell. And the pitch. Outside, ball 1. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-1 the count. And the pitch. Thought about it, didn't. 2-1 the count. And the pitch. Fly ball left field. Osburn ranges to his right, camps under it, makes the catch, and that retires the Mustangs in the top of the 6th inning. They did get 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. So we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. It's Morningside 4, Doane 3. You're watching Doane Baseball on the Doane Sports Network. Pitching change for Morningside. Here as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Luke Marr, a junior from Daly City, California, steps onto the mound. Cade Nolan will stay as DH, so he'll stay in the game and become the DH. And leading off for the Tigers will be the catcher, Dionysius Chialtis, to be followed by Amick and Osburn. And the pitch bunted down the third base line, and it is going to roll foul. Just barely. It just had enough. Just had enough to roll foul. So Chialtis is down in the count 0-1. Good idea, just didn't stay fair. And the pitch outside, 1-1 the count. Swing and a miss. 1-2 the count. And the pitch is low. Count is now 2-2. And the pitch is outside, 3-2. Logan Amick on deck. Joe Osburn in the hole. And the pitch. Ball 4. So Chialtis will be replaced at first by the courtesy runner Carson Baker. Carson Baker, the freshman from Norris High School, the courtesy runner at first base. And stepping in is the designated hitter Logan Amick. And the pitch. Bunt. Front of the home base. Throw to first is in time. The catcher Willer's making good play, throwing Amick out at first, but the courtesy runner Carson Baker advances to second base. That brings up the left fielder, Joe Osburn. Joe was called out in strikes on his last at bat. And going to intentionally walk Osburn, so he's on first. Akausu is up. Intentional pass to Osburn. Akausu at the plate. Pitch is outside, 1-0. And the pitch is outside. 2-0 the count to the Tiger shortstop. Akausu with a great defensive play in the last half inning. Starting a double play with no outs, bases loaded. Outside, 3-0 the count. Justin Neville's on deck. And a strike. 3-1 the count. Akausu taking all the way. And the pitch outside, way outside. So it's a walk to Akausu. And that brings up the third baseman, Justin Nevels. Infield comes in. And a timeout on the field charged to Morningside as Coach Adam Bovey heads toward the mound. And we're going to have a pitching change. There goes a softball onto the baseball field. Luckily, no action was going on as time had been called. We have a new Mustang pitcher coming in. The new pitcher for the Mustangs is Tiago Sanchez, a freshman from Madison, Wisconsin. Comes into this game with the bases loaded and 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. Morningside clinging into a 4-3 lead. Lots of clouds in the sky, especially to the south and west of the Creek community. Of course, the plan is to complete the softball doubleheader and the baseball doubleheader prior to any possible storms coming in later today. So Carson Baker, the runner at third. Joe Osburn, the runner at first. At second, Narumi Akausu, the runner at first. 1 out, and the batter is the third baseman, Justin Nevels. And the Tiago Sanchez, the new pitcher. The pitch. Grounder down the first baseline, fair. It's going to score 2. Nevels rounds first, heads back. It's going to score 2 runners. Huge hit by Justin Nevels. The Tigers lead by a score of 5-4. Nevels with a 2-run single to greet Sanchez on his first pitch. Doane taking a 5-4 lead, and stepping in is the second baseman, Luke LaChance. And the pitch, feign bunt. It's a ball. Luke now playing second base. Dane Kelsey started this game. Was replaced by LaChance, and now Luke's in there for his first at bat. And the pitch, bunt, down the first base line. It's going to score a run, and LaChance beat it out at first. LaChance with a clutch bunt, scoring the runner from third. Nevels advances to second. LaChance at first. And that brings in the center fielder, Aaron Volcano. Tigers take the lead 5-4. It's 6-4. And the pitch inside. 2 on, 1 out. 3 runs in. And the pitch is a strike. 1-1 the count. And the pitch taken for a strike. 1-2 to Volcano. Swing and a miss. It's a strikeout, as first base was occupied with less than 2 outs. And that brings up the right fielder, Nate Mensick. Mensick steps in with runners on second and first. And the pitch called, strike. 0-1 the count. Doane leads 6-4. Had a 3-run inning. We're in the bottom of the 6th with 2 outs. Ground ball. It's fielded by the shortstop. Makes a bad throw, and Neville scores, and both runners advance. That's an error on the Mustangs. Another run comes in. The third hit of the inning for the Tigers, and they lead by a score of 7-4, and Max Harris, the first baseman, steps in still with 2 runners in scoring position. Harris replacing Braden Jones at first base. And the pitch is a strike. 0-1 the count. Max has pretty much been a utility player since his arrival at Doane. From suburban St. Louis, Missouri. And the pitch is outside. 1-1 the count. And the pitch. Harris holds up. 2-1. If Harris reaches, Chialtis will come to the plate next. And the pitch is a ball. 3-1 the count. Three and 1 the count. And the pitch, check swing. He did go around. It's 3-2. 3-2. 2 on, 2 out. Harris awaiting the pitch from Sanchez. And the pitch gets away from the catcher. It's going to score another run. LaChance walks in. And it's now an 8-4 win, 8-4 lead, and Harris goes to first. Dionysius Chialtis. The catcher here in game 2 steps in with runners on the corners. And there goes a softball onto the baseball field. Bounces and lands gently in front of the pitching mound. And the pitch is a strike. 0-1 the count. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. Harris makes his way to second base. Ball got away from the catcher. Gialtis is down in the count 0-2. 2 outs, 2 on, both in scoring position. And the pitch, high. 1-2 the count to the Tiger catcher. And the pitch, grounder to second. And the throw across is in time to retire the Tigers, but they had a big inning with 5 runs, 3 hits, 1 Morningside error, and 2 left on base. We go to inning number 7, Doane with an 8-4 lead. You're watching Doane Baseball on the Doane Sports Network. Ethan Merck returns to the mound for the Tigers. And coming to the plate for the Mustangs is the center fielder Brian Garcia. Be Garcia, Brancato, and Willers. And the pitch by Merck is a base hit to left field, fielded by Osburn. So Garcia leads off with a single to left, and that brings up the third baseman, Eddie Brancato. Brancato stepping in. And the pitch by Merck is a strike. Throw to first. Not in time. Runner back. The pitch by Merck is a strike. Strike 2. Willers is next. Kielbasa will follow Willers. And the pitch, grounder up the middle, fielded by Akausu. Gets away from him. And so we have runners on first and second, no outs. It's an error on Akausu, trying to step on second, throw to first for the double play. That time it did not work. And so it's an error on the Tigers shortstop. So the catcher, Jason Willers, coming up. And the pitch is a strike. 0-1 the count. And the pitch to Willers is outside. Good stab there by Chialtas to prevent the runners from moving up. 1-1 the count. No outs, 2 on. And the pitch by Merck is a fly ball out of play, first base side. Lots of youngsters over there running to where they think the ball landed. 1-2 the count. And the pitch by Merck is a fly ball out of play. Two more youngsters trying to hunt down that ball. The count remains at 1-2. And the pitch, fly ball to center field, medium deep. Volcano is there, catches it. The runner from second advances to third. It's a long out for Willers. That brings up the shortstop, Kielbasa. So Garcia at first. Brancato, the runner, at second. Willers just flew out. And at the plate now is the shortstop, Kielbasa. And the pitch. Fly to right field. It's going to drop for a base hit. It's going to score a run. Kind of a Texas leaguer into right field, retrieved by Mensick. It scores a run for Morningside, and that brings up the right fielder, Giacomo Crissetti, with runners on first and second. Well-placed hit there by Kielbasa. And the pitch is a strike. Nolan is on deck. Started this game. Now he's the DH for Morningside. And the pitch just low. 1-1 the count. And the pitch. Three hopper to second on the first. Double play. Great job. LaChance to Akausu to Harris. And that's a double play. For the Mustangs, a run on 2 hits. There was 1 Doane, 1 left on base. We go to the bottom of the second inning, bottom of the 7th inning. At the bottom of inning number 7, it's Doane, Morningside 5. You're watching Doane Baseball on the Doane Sports Network. The leadoff batter for the Tigers here in the bottom of the 7th inning is the designated hitter Logan Amick. He'll be followed by Joe Osburn and Joe Osburn and Narumi Akausu. So it'll be Amick, Osburn, and Akausu here in the bottom of the 7th inning as Doane coach Josh Oltmans makes his way to the third base coaching box. And the pitch, high, ball 1. The Morningside pitcher is Thiago Sanchez. He followed Luke Marr and Cade Nolan. There's a strike, 1-1. No activity in the Morningside bullpen. And the pitch is a fly to center, running in, but he's going to let it drop in front of him. It's going to be a base hit in front of the center fielder, Garcia. And so the Tigers have a leadoff hit by Amick. And that'll bring up Joe Osburn, Tiger left fielder. Joe with a huge home run, a 2-run homer in game 1. And the pitch takes a strike, 0-1 the count. Good pitch there by Sanchez. And the pitch, grounder up the middle. It could be, thought it might have been a double play, but it's an error by the second baseman, O'Day. And so Osburn reaches. O'Day was trying to gather the ball, step on second, throw to first. None of that happened. It's an error on the second baseman. And that brings up the Tiger shortstop, Narumi Akausu. So the Tigers threatening again, 2 on, no outs. And the pitch bunts in front of the mound. Throw to first is dropped by the first baseman. Everybody's safe. And everybody is safe. So Akausu reaches on an error. Osburn's at second. Amick at third. And the batter is going to be third baseman Justin Nevels. So once again, we have a situation, bases loaded, no outs. Doane with a 3-run lead. They lead by a score of 8-5. Hoping to pad their lead as Nevels comes to the plate. Luke LaChance in the on-deck circle. And the pitch way inside. 1-0 the count. And the pitch. Grounder to short. Throw to second for 1 to first. Double play, but it scores a run as Amick scores. So Doane's lead is now 9-5. They get that 4-run lead back. And the second baseman, Luke LaChance, steps in. Luke with a huge bunt base hit in his last at bat. And the pitch is a strike. 0-1. And the pitch. Fly to right. The right fielder's right there, hardly moves, makes a catch, and that retires LaChance and the Tigers here in the bottom of the 7th inning. But once again, the Tigers with a run on a hit, 2 Morningside errors, and 1 left on base. So we go to the 8th inning. Doane leads this game by a score of 9-5. You're watching Doane Baseball on the Doane Sports Network. We go to the top of the 8th inning. Doane holding on to a 9-5 lead. And coming to the plate for Morningside is the designated hitter, Cade Nolan. Nolan started this game as the pitcher. Steps in now as a designated hitter. And the pitch, strike. Ethan Merck still on the mound for the Tigers. He relieved Kellen Vogesser. Merck came into a tough spot. Minimized the damage. Since then the Tigers have taken and held on to the lead. 1-1 the count. Doane softball just scoring 3 runs to overtake Mount Marty in the 5th inning. And the pitch. It's away from the catcher, inside, 2-1. Again, Doane softball taking the lead over Mount Marty in the 5th inning. They now lead 8-6. We had the softball senior day prior to the game. That's just a little high. 3-1. We'll have the recognition of our baseball seniors following the conclusion of this game. And the pitch is a fly ball. It's going to make its way foul. 3-1 the count to the Mustang designated hitter, Cade Nolan. Swing and a miss. Strikeout for Merck, and Nolan gives way to Bishop, the left fielder. Bishop steps in, played first base in game 1, left field in game 2, takes a called strike. And the pitch, swing and a foul. Cut by one of the Tigers, who's just sitting inside the baseball indoor hitting facility. And the pitch is outside, 1-1. Skies are cloudy. So far, no rain. That could come later. It's predicted to do so. And the pitch is high and tight, 2-2. Luke Blackman, the first baseman, is next. And the pitch, Liner off the pitcher, Merck. It makes its way to the shortstop. Merck is saying he's okay, but I think he took it off. Maybe off his back, off his shoulder, couldn't tell, but it was a line shot. And head coach Josh Oltmans, pitching coach Elliot Engel on their way to the mound. Merck is signaling that he's just fine, but it's good to take a moment, make sure everything is okay. And Merck says he's okay. So Bishop at first, Blackman steps up to the plate. And the pitch is inside corner, strike. Odell is in the on-deck circle. And the pitch is on the outside corner, strike 2. Merck quickly ahead, 0-2. And the pitch, swing and a foul. Count remains 0-2. And the pitch, high and tight, ball 1. Swing and a soft grounder by Nevels. Throw across is in time. Wasn't sure if Merck was going to make the play or Nevels. Nevels came in, threw the runner out at first. That runner was Blackman, and they'll bring up the second baseman, Odell. Bishop advances to second base. That ball was headed to no man's land. Nevels came out of nowhere. Actually from his third base position. Fielded the ball, threw out the runner. And there's a check swing bouncer to first. Max Harris fields the ball, steps on the base, and that's it for the Mustangs. In the top of the 8th inning, no runs on a hit, no errors, 1 left on base. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Doane holding on to a 9-5 lead. You're watching Doane Baseball on the Doane Sports Network. Tiago Sanchez finishing up his warm-up pitches here as we advance to the bottom of the 8th inning. Leadoff batter for the Tigers, center fielder Aaron Volcano. So it'll be Volcano, Mensick, and Harris batting for Doane. Volcano steps in. And the pitch is outside and low. See a number of Doane football players in the audience. Their spring game concluded probably around noon. Then they had a luncheon at the stadium. There's a strike. 1-1 the count. the pitch is a ball. Gets away from the catcher. 2-1 the count to the Tigers center fielder. And the pitch, grounder foul, third base side. Count is 2-2. The pitch called, third strike. That's going to bring up the right fielder, Nate Mensick. Nate Mensick stepping in once again. One out, nobody on. Max Harris waiting on deck. And the pitch takes one high and tight. 1-0 the count. 1-0 the count. And the pitch called strike, 1-1. The pitch is a strike, 1-2. Ball, 2-2 the count. And the pitch just inside. Count goes full, 3-2. After Mensick, it'll be Harris, the first baseman. Foul at the plate. Doane softball holding on to a 2-run lead in the middle of the sixth. And the pitch. Fly ball between the center fielder and the right fielder. Mensick's going to go to 3. It's a triple for Nate Mensick as he puts one in the right center field gap. And Nate Mensick is now at third base, 1 out. Didn't think that one was going to make it through, but it did. And Mensick is now at third, and the batter is the first baseman, Max Harris. And the pitch is outside. 1-0 the count. Ball 2. 2-0 the count to Max Harris. The catcher, Dionysius Schialtis, is next for Doane. And the pitch is a strike. 1-1. And the pitch is high. Ball 2. You can tell the temperature is dropping. It's getting cooler. It's getting darker. But I think we're in the clear in terms of getting these games in. The pitch. Pop up, first base side. And it's going to drop in foul territory. It appears that we have an injured Mustang in foul territory. There were 3 Mustangs trying to see if they could get to that ball. They did not, and unfortunately one of the Mustangs is down, which we certainly don't want to see. So let's take a break during this injury timeout. You're watching Doane Baseball on the Doane Sports Network. The good news is that second baseman Jacob Odell is up and making his way back to second base. We're glad to see that. Kind of an awkward play there, as I didn't have a very good view of it. And we're glad to see him back in the ball game, Jacob Odell. And he's unfortunately limping significantly and appears to be coming out of the game, and we're really sorry to see that. We wish him the very best. The new second baseman is Caleb Bile, a freshman from Mobile, Iowa. So Odell comes out of the game. Still only 1 out. Mensick is a runner at third. Harris is still at the plate. Giving the second baseman Bile a chance to get loosened up. Sanchez has had a few warm-up tosses as well during the break, and Harris steps back in. And inside, so Harris takes a walk. So Harris is on. Mensick still at third. The catcher, Dionysius Chialtis, coming up. And we may see a pinch hitter as Chialtis heads back to the Doane dugout. And stepping into the on-deck circle is Noah Winkleman. So Noah will step in. Batting left. Runners on the corners. And still only 1 out. Soft roller to second for 1. First, it gets away from the first baseman. A runner scores. That's Mensick. The Tigers add a run here. It's going to be an error. Base hit. A fielder's choice, excuse me. Pardon me, that's a fielder's choice. The Tigers get a run as Harris is at first, and coming up is the designated hitter Logan Amick. 2 outs, 1 on. That's Max Harris at first base. And the pitch by Sanchez. inside. If Amick, ball one, if Amick reaches, you'll see Osburn next. Fly ball in the gap to right center field by Amick. He's going to he's going to land on second base. Scoring is Carson Baker, the courtesy runner. And Doane adds another run. They now lead it by a score of 11-5, and Joe Osburn steps up. Steps to the plate. Joe Osburn steps in with a runner in scoring position. And the pitch is corralled by the catcher, Willers. Ball one. And the pitch, swing and a miss by Osburn. 1-1 the count. Doane softball leading Mount Marty in the top of the seventh by a score of 8-6. And the pitch is a ball. 2-1. And the pitch is a ball. 3-1. Osburn was intentionally walked in his last at bat. 3-1 the count to Joe. And the pitch. It's a liner to left. It bounces in front of the left fielder. It's going to score another run for Doane. As Amick rounds third and heads for home. Another run for the Tigers, their third of the inning. And coming up to the plate is the shortstop, Narumi Akausu. Doane getting some insurance runs with 3 in this inning. And Akausu steps in. With Osburn at first. Low, ball one. Good stop there by Willers. And the pitch is low. Ball two. It's great to see all of the Doane football coaches here. Supporting Doane baseball, a number of football players here as well. Of course, this morning, Doane football hosted its spring game over at the stadium. And the pitch is way outside, 3-0. And the football team enjoyed a lunch at the stadium following the scrimmage. And the pitch is a strike. Doane softball has just defeated Mount Marty by a score of 8-6. So those two teams split their doubleheader. And the pitch is high. And another walk as Akausu goes to first, Osburn to second. And that brings up the third baseman, Justin Nevels. And I think we're going to have a pitching change here as Coach Adam Bovee heads to the mound as Tiago Sanchez exits. And we'll tell you about the new Morningside pitcher after the break. You're watching Doane Baseball on the Doane Sports Network. Now pitching for Morningside is Tanner Versalino, a sophomore from Lincoln. Tigers with 3 runs in this inning. Earlier today, a lot of the fans didn't have coats on. They do now until the temperature has dropped significantly. And it's much more overcast than it was earlier today. But the softball doubleheader has concluded as Doane and Mount Marty split their doubleheader. Mount Marty winning game 1, Doane winning game 2. And we're in the latter stages of this game in the bottom of the 8th with 2 outs as Justin Neville steps to the plate with runners on second and first. And the pitch, swing and a miss. 0-1 the count. Pitch, inside corner. Neville's down 0-2. And the pitch is outside, 1-2 the count. Joe Osburn on second. Narumi Akausu on first. Justin Neville's at the plate, down in the count, 1-2. And a swing and a miss, so that retires the Tigers here in the bottom of the 8th. They do get 3 runs on 2 hits. No errors, there were 2 left on base. So we go to the 9th inning. And then following the conclusion of this game, we'll have Senior Day for Doane Baseball. I will be moving from the live stream to the public address microphone to MC that. That'll occur shortly after conclusion of this game. Let's take a break. You're watching Doane Baseball on the Doane Sports Network. We're back to the top of the order for Morningside here in the top of the ninth. That means we'll see Brian Garcia, Eddie Brancato, and Jason Willers. And the pitch by Merck, strike. 0-1 the count. Pop up, foul territory. Harris is there, makes the catch. Good play there by the Tiger first baseman, angling back, making the foul ground catch. And it's 1 out, and that brings up the third baseman, Eddie Brancato. And the pitch is a strike. 0-1 the count. Once again, we'll have senior day. There's a high fly ball. Center fielder Volcano makes the catch, and 2 down. So the Mustangs are down to their last out here in the top of the ninth, trailing by 7. And stepping in as a catcher, Jason Willers. Willers catching both games. And the pitch is a ball. And the pitch is a strike. 1-1 is the count. And the pitch is outside, 2-1. We'll have your totals right after the conclusion of this game. And shortly thereafter, we'll have senior day here live at the stadium. There's a fly ball to right. Mensick is angling to his left, catches the ball one-handed, and that's the ball game. As the Morningside Mustangs go 1-2-3 here in the top of the ninth. Doane wins this game by a score of 12-5. We'll have your totals in a moment. You're watching Doane Baseball on the Doane Sports Network. Here are your totals for the game that just took place between Doane and Morningside. For the Tigers, 12 runs, 15 hits, 1 error, 12 left on base. Morningside with 5 runs, 11 hits, 5 errors, and 7 left on base. The winning pitcher The winning pitcher for Doane is Kellen Vogesser is 4-1. The losing pitcher for Morningside is Cade Nolan is 6-2. And Ethan Merck for Doane just picked up his third save of the season. Again, your totals for Doane: 12 runs, 15 hits, 1 error, 12 left on base. Morningside with 5 runs, 11 hits, 5 errors, 7 left on base. The winning pitcher for Doane, Kellen Vogesser, is 4-1. The losing pitcher for Morningside is Cade Nolan, his 6-2. And Ethan Merck picking up his third save for the Tigers. So thank you, everybody, for joining us on the Doane Sports Network for this baseball doubleheader between Morningside and Doane. Doane getting the sweep today, winning Game 1 by a score of 4-3, winning Game 2 by a score of 12-5. These two teams will play somewhere tomorrow. If it doesn't rain, it'll be back here at the Doane Ball Field Complex. If it does rain and this field is not playable, arrangements have been made for the games to take place at 1 o'clock at Den Hartog Field in Lincoln. That's at 70th and A. So what I invite you to do is for Doane and Morningside fans who are listening to this live stream, be sure to check out the Twitter page on the Twitter feed on the Doane Sports, on the doanetigers.com, our athletics webpage, for up-to-date information. So you can plan to be here in Crete tomorrow or head into Lincoln to Den Hartog Field. It all depends on the weather, which is supposed to be here this afternoon and early evening. On behalf of Doane Athletics, this is Assistant Athletic Director Cody Vance wishing you a very pleasant good afternoon.
are just a few moments away from the start of our Doane Baseball Seniors recognition ceremony, so I invite you to stick around for that. It will be special. Doane baseball fans, this is our time to recognize and congratulate 8 very special young men, our Doane baseball seniors. We begin with Kyler Beekman from Elkhorn, the son of Matthew and Heather Beekman. All-conference honorable mention 3 years, 2-time GPAC Pitcher of the Week. Plans to teach middle school special education for Elkhorn Public Schools. His highlight was pitching against and beating Vanguard in the 2022 regional in Lewiston, Idaho. Listen to this career record for Kyler Beekman, 21-1 with a 3.41 ERA. I mentioned that Kyler is from Elkhorn. We all need to send prayers to that wonderful suburb of Omaha that was devastated yesterday by the tornado. So we need to send out thoughts and prayers to everybody in Elkhorn and everybody affected by yesterday's storms in Nebraska and Iowa. Congratulations once again, Kyler Beekman. Kellen Vogesser is from Fort Collins, Colorado, the son of Carrie and Corey Vogesser. I spoke with Kellen yesterday. He's a great student. He plans to pursue a career in data analytics back in the Fort Collins area. His favorite Doane baseball memory, winning the 2023 GPAC tournament championship game against Concordia. Kellen is a great student, as I mentioned. He's a scholar athlete, both for the NAIA and the GPAC. And Kellen, with his victory today, is now 4-1 on the season. Let's congratulate Kellen Bogesser. Luke LaChance is another young man from Colorado. He is from Littleton. His mom, Sherry LaChance, father, Scott LaChance, his sister, Miranda LaChance. Luke, two-time All-GPAC honorable mention. He plans to work in the property investment and management industry in Lincoln for Arrow Capital. So it's going to be great to have Luke nearby. He says, I can't pick a single memory, so I'm going with completing every single day in the sport he loves at practice or in games with his best friends. Luke is a 286 career batting average. He has a 286 career batting average. And we're great to see him back today off the injured list. Congratulations, Luke LaChance. Today's Game 1 winner from Peoria, Arizona, Aaron Forrest. His parents, Tracy and Joel Forrest. Lots of honors and awards here, folks. Two-time All-Conference honorable mention, 2021, 2022. First-team All-Conference, GPAC Pitcher of the Year, and honorable mention, All-America honorable mention, all in 2023 last season. He hopes to pursue a career in professional baseball and then become a collegiate coach, collegiate pitching coach. His highlight was winning the GPAC tournament championship game last year. Earlier today in Game 1, he achieved 300 strikeouts in his career at Doane. He's 9-0 on the season. He's our all-time wins leader at Doane, and he's second all-time in the GPAC in strikeouts. Not too bad of a year for Aaron Forrest. Zach Schuhart from Omaha. Zach is from Omaha, mom Charlene, dad Scott, fiance Nicole. Zach is going to be a resource teacher at Walnut Elementary in Omaha. And he's also an NAI and GPAC scholar athlete. So Zach is going to teach in his hometown. His highlight was going to Lewiston, Idaho his sophomore year. Again, Zach is a great student, a young man I've got to know well during his time here. Very proud of him. Please congratulate Zach Schuhart. Nate Mensick grew up pretty close to this community. His hometown is Pleasantdale. Played athletics at Milford High School, graduated from there. His dad, Darren, his mom, Brenda. Three-time GPAC Gold Glove winner in right field. The kid has a cannon. First team All-Conference 2023. Second team All-Conference 2022. Nate is a 290 career hitter. 33 home runs career. His plans are to own a sporting goods store and work toward finishing his master's in business administration. His favorite Doane memory, beating Concordia in the GPAC championship game last year. He said, there are plenty of others, but that one was really special. I agree. Let's give it up for number 38, Nate Mensick. The next guy is an absolute warrior behind the plate. He's an incredible catcher. His name is Ben Grigsby from Placerville, California. His mom, Marcy Walther, is here. Two-time GPAC champion. He's proud of that, hopes to continue in a graduate program in school counseling and looks to start a job this summer. His highlight, winning the GPAC championship game last year against Concordia. Ben has a very special statistic. I was just looking at the statistics. This is for Doane. Fielding percentage first, .992. Ben does not make many errors. And like I said, he is a backstop. He is a warrior in that catcher position. Let's congratulate Ben Grigsby. The home run guy is next. His name is Joe Osburn from Hickman. Played at Norris High School. There's his music. His folks, Dan and Kathy Osburn. Sister JC. Girlfriend Sierra Wilkinson. These are all the people special to Joe. 2021 second team all-conference. 2022 first team all-conference. 2022 GPAC Player of the Year. 2022 All-American honorable mention. 2023 first team all-conference. Two-time GPAC Gold Glove winner in left field. He's a winner in 2022 of the Ben Grimes Memorial Baseball Scholarship. Here are some other statistics for Joe. All-time leader at Doane in home runs and RBI. Also in that category, first in doubles, first in runs scored, first in total bases, and notoriously, first in hit by pitch. He's second in walks and intentional walks. Joe is taking an accelerated nursing program next spring, working towards becoming a nurse anesthetist. I know that he works nights. I talked to him recently. He's working nights in the middle of the night at one of the Lincoln hospitals. And so he's doing that in addition to playing baseball and doing both very well. His favorite Doane baseball memory, beating Concordia in the 2023 conference championship game. Let's congratulate number 14, Joe Osburn. Let's take an opportunity for our group applause for all of our 8 baseball seniors. Folks, I was just told that with today's doubleheader sweep, Doane is assured, at the very least, a share of the GPAC regular season championship. Four straight seasons, GPAC regular season champions.